Good morning, good morning. Happy Friday. Jay Waz, good morning. And is that Raphael? Still cannot pronounce that name. Carioca Futures Trading, is that Raphael? Yes. All right, good morning. Well, so far it's not a bad morning. It is a happy Friday. I have 4 small little winners already. Let me just step through these really quick. Carioca equals people born in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Oh, I didn't know that. Awesome. Well, just to get started here, the orange box is the New York session. So that starts at 7 a.m. for me. And I try to start by 7 if I can. A lot of days I can't with the kids, but today I saw this setup here just as I sat down. Made our delta cross, the tick down from the red zone, went short there. We had this little tick up from the midline. Usually that's not a good long. So I gave it one more little chance, and it did end up rolling over a little bit, ticked up from the lower power zone. So I just pulled the whole thing there. So that was 4 contracts. Then we basically set up again here with the tick down from the red zone. Went short again. Put in this little higher low there, so I pulled it again. So it's kind of, this is all kind of chopping there. See, the delta is really kind of thin and spotty. But then we set up here again with we had this negative slope still on the delta and chopped down almost in the red zone. So I gave it another chance, and that one almost hit my 80 tick take profit, but not quite. And before we ticked up with this higher low from that lower power zone. So I just pulled the whole thing there. If I would have waited 1 candle, I would have got my 80 ticks. But anyway, so that one was 16.5. And then we got our second higher low with a very thin and tapering to a positive delta right here at 749. That's usually the first time that happens above the delta when it's thin and weak like that. That's usually a good reversal point. So I tried that out, and it ended up working. We ticked down from this upper power zone. So I pulled all 4 contracts there. If I would have waited, obviously that would have been pretty nice. But the delta at the time was just barely under that confirmation line. Looks like it was going to cross. But, I always talk about when it looks like it's going to cross in this area, it's kind of a no-go zone to try to short this up here. Which is why I didn't short it, but I figured it's better safe than sorry. Might as well take profit there. So that was 10.25 on that one. So not huge trades, but makes up for a decent morning so far. I never got a chance to trade Power Hour yesterday, but I was looking back, and it looked like it was actually pretty good. I kind of wish I stuck around for that. This run up right here at the end of the day was really nice. And if you look back, here's our delta cross. These are all long opportunities here, but your best long opportunity is from the power zone right here. Delta still above a rising confirmation line. So if anybody was around for that, look at that. The entry's right here. And you don't even have to look at the chart. You just look for the first lower high, which is right here in that upper power zone. And that takes you all the way to the tippy top up there, 77.25 points. That would have been beautiful for an end-of-day run. So hopefully some of you guys was able to stick around yesterday and catch that. G2, good morning. Schroden, good morning. Did anybody catch that run yesterday? End of day? What time was that? It was at 2:45. Some of the best runs are like in the last 15 minutes of the day. Anyway, aside from that, yesterday was kind of a choppy mess. All this is nasty. See that the delta is just, there's no consistency in the delta. Then you start putting in these smoother moves here, which are, those are nice. Getting a little choppy here again, but this is why a lot of times I still take trades in the chop, because the setups still work in many cases. Anyways, let's go back to today so we're not missing out on what's happening right now. We are above VWAP, above the daily open, above the session VWAP, anchored to the 7 a.m. candle, Central Time. We got a nice rising delta. Confirmation line is heading up, so we should be looking for longs. On the 15-minute, we are very bullish. Looks like we were already in a nice bullish move. Tried to cross under the confirmation line, but looks like it rode that out. It's back above. On the 5-minute, there's a long setup that happened right here at 750. That tick up from the power zone. However, so, you know, earlier I was just talking about how if the delta is crossing under the confirmation line, then this usually is not a good trade. The difference between then and here is this just started rising over here, and it's near the midline. If this occurred more in the upper zone, like, I mean, this is the reverse of that over here. This is more towards like the lower zone. It's not really around the midline here. So the lower it occurs in the zone, the higher the chances are that it's a reversal that's going to continue the upside. But when it happens in the middle, it's more of like a ranging scenario. So you can ignore that and still take this long here, if that makes sense. On the 3-minute, we briefly went under the confirmation line, but we're back above, so bullish again there too. Let's go ahead and check out the news for today. Looks like we still have our Trump speech up from yesterday. So we'll go back to TOMMYBOTS.com / well, if you guys want to, if anybody is not familiar with the trading timer, just go to TOMMYBOTS.com and go to tools, and the trading timer with the news is right here. It's free to use. There's no cost for it or anything. And it tells you what the next news event is right next to the trading timer. So we got flash services PMI today at 8:45, so in about 20 minutes. And all of the other high impact news events for the day are also listed here. So we got flash manufacturing PMI, flash services PMI, existing home sales at 9, revised consumer sentiment at 9. So after 9 o'clock, we should be good to go. Could be a little choppy until then. Ooh, I gotta turn that down. Sorry, guys. If that was loud for you. Change that to the 1 hour so it's not alerting me every 30 seconds. I got The trading timer that I use is actually on a different computer to the left of me inside Quant Tower, so I don't use that one that you guys see. It is a TradingBots, I'm sorry, a TOMMYBOTS trading timer inside Quant Tower. It's 8:26. Got the open in about almost 3 minutes here. 3 minutes, 10 seconds. You know, since we started doing the streams at 8:15 a.m. Central, I think that's a pretty good time to do that. Gives me just enough time to kind of do a little review and look at the landscape of things, look at the bird's eye view, and be ready to go before 8:30. When I first started doing this, we were starting a little bit later, and I was always kind of struggling right before the open. I was missing some trades. So hopefully that's a good time for you guys. I know somebody asked me yesterday if I could start earlier. I would, but it's harder for me to start earlier because I'm trying to get my daughter on the bus. I'm trying to get her ready, get her snow pants on, get her mittens on. So it's a little hard. Pushing down here. What's the temp here today? We woke up, it was -7 this morning. Let's see what it is right now. Actually, warmed up a little bit. It's 3 degrees. The low today was -8 Fahrenheit for all of you metric people. Got about 20 seconds here. Delta's already getting a little thin and spotty. You can always expect a little bit of chop here at the open. And we're off. Kind of a low ATR this morning. I was kind of hesitant earlier to take these trades that I took. They ended up working out, but the ATR was really low. It was like a 20 or somewhere in there. I usually don't trade if it's under 25. It's just it's like not worth the time it takes for some of those trades to play out. In this case, it ended up working out all right, but many times when the 4x ATR is under 25, by the time you exit, a lot of those trades are in like a small loss or a break even, and you have to wait around for a long time for things to play out. There's just not enough movement to make much money usually. All right, we just put in a tick down under this negative delta. Which is a short. However, I prefer if it's up closer to the delta, and plus we got all of this space in here with the confirmation line still headed up, so I'm still more bullish. I'm going to wait for a long. But sometimes right out of the gate, if it prints this, here, we'll simulate it. How's that? A lot of times it'll just go right out of the gate. Watch, this will be a good one now because I didn't do it. But that's it. Tick down under the falling delta. That's short. Got the VWAP sitting here at 22.015, so I wouldn't be surprised if we tap that. Oh, yeah. Looks like this would have been a good one. Yep, there would have been my 80 ticks. Back to VWAP now. You guys know that I usually say if we open with the delta on the top of the indicator in that upper power zone, we usually drop. And if we open with the delta down here, we usually rise. So it usually reverses what it was just doing. So we've been heading up here for the first move anyway. And it doesn't happen all the time. Yesterday I said the same thing and I jumped in and I got burned on it right away. So that's why I was a little more hesitant today. It's funny because the days I don't do it, it works. And the days that I do it, I seem to get burned on for some reason. JWaz says NQ 4-hour candles are still just chopping sideways as far as the bigger trend goes. I like to check the strength on the 4-hour trend every day. If good, Heikin-Ashi candles present, good indicator of overall direction push. Yep, I would agree with that. You can also just use the cumulative delta on the hourly and 4-hour too. That works. Schroden just took a short off the 15-second. Are you using 15-second today? Targeting VWAP. Risky, but it worked out. Awesome. Yep, I know, JWaz. You have everybody has some older habits that they always incorporate into their trading. It's all good. Everyone has a little bit of a unique approach. Anyway, so this would have hit 80. Let's see if it would have hit 125. Not quite. Wouldn't be surprised if we come take out at least this wick here. That would do the 125. Delta is dropping very aggressively, which is obviously fighting this confirmation line here. A little bit of discrepancy there, which can lead to some turbulence. We are getting a tick up from that lower power zone. It is not official. Still pushing down here. Getting that tick up from that lower power zone. We are getting that delta cross on the confirmation line, but remember what I said earlier, when it's near the midline, that doesn't matter as much. However, it does help to have a thin delta, which we don't have. That's pretty thick right there. So if it's this thick and it ticks up, I would probably pass on it and just wait for a higher low. Well, now we're really kind of pushing. There we go. We took that wick out now. So that would have hit 125. Yeah, Delta's pretty aggressive right here. So at this point, I probably would not take a tick up long. Now we're getting into that bottom half of the indicator with the fat delta. Bitcoin is at 105,300. This Bitcoin range, excuse me, it's been kind of hard to trade on the altcoins the last couple days. For the most part, I've been out, but on some of these where my bot did get me in, I got stopped out on a couple of those. Ooh, there's a tick up from the power zone. Look at that tick up. Back above VWAP, back above the 8. Delta is tapering. Schroden, same as before, just keeping an eye on the 15-second and see when a signal aligns with levels and or other stuff I factor in, like order flow volume imbalances, volume profile nodes, and such. Sounds like a good plan. I'm kind of excited to go check out the 15-minute, I'm sorry, 15-second. I haven't really dove into that yet. See if I can conquer my Friday afternoon curse where I'm up and then I give the market back my profits afternoon. That is pretty typical, isn't it? A lot of people end up giving their profits back. You know, most of the volume is in the morning and it tapers down towards the afternoon and then it comes back usually end of day. I think that has a lot to do with it. It's that low volume time that kind of throws everyone off. A lot of times I've tried to convince myself to only trade maybe first hour, maybe only till 10 o'clock my time, Central Time, and then just be done. But every time I try to adhere to more of like an exact schedule like that, usually backfires on me. That'll be the hour where it's choppy, and then right when I stop, everything will come clean again. There'll be nice, beautiful swings in the market after I leave. So I've learned to, instead of try to, time the market with like such a rigid schedule, instead just read what the cumulative delta is saying. And if the cumulative delta is saying, okay, the volume is gone, you can see that by whether or not it looks like this thin spotty delta. When it's low volume like that, you can see it in the delta. And that will happen at different times during the day. So a lot of times it'll chop in the morning and then the lunch hour is the best time, It all depends. I just have to do a better job adhering to that. It's like I see it, but a lot of times I ignore the signals and I keep trading like a dummy. That's a different issue. Well, we got that flash services PMI here in about 40 seconds. I see the spread is starting to widen up on Quant Hour. So if you're in a trade, might be a good time to get out. We also got our choppy delta right here. And here we go. Boom. Pushing to the upside. ATR is up at a 65 now. Got the delta crawling back above that confirmation line. Confirmation line slope for the most part is still positive. You know, it helps to draw those arrows in there. What I like to do is just line up the low of this little curve right here with the low of this little curve. Gives you a slope, you know, kind of smooths it out a little bit. As long as it's pointed up, should be looking for longs. So that tick up from that lower power zone, I passed on it. We did, do you see how much we tapered right when it ticked up there? Because that was kind of a big candle. I don't like buying big candles. However, let's just look at this one. So that was at 839. And I think that would have worked out beautifully, even before the news. So it would have hit my 80 ticks within 3 candles. By 842, I would have been half out. And then, let's see, we never did get a tick down. So if you held through the news and you're just watching the indicator, we never got a tick down. You'd still be in, would have got the 125. And still have a runner on. So kind of wishing I took that open setup, which was here. That would have got 125 down. And then that setup going back up would have got it on the upside. Still kind of hard psychologically to do that right at the open when things are going crazy. But as you can see, indicator still works. I'm tired again today. I had a late night last night. I don't think I got to bed till like 1 o'clock in the morning. I had a meeting that went till midnight. Man. 3 minutes still looking bullish. Looking bullish all across the board at the moment. Remember, we got that revised consumer sentiment at 9 o'clock in about 9 minutes. What was the other one that we had on there too? Was it retail sales or something? Existing home sales at 9. Got a tick up above a rising fat delta. That is along there. I don't like taking them up in that upper power zone, but when the delta's fat like that, they typically work out. So if anyone's feeling a little more on the aggressive side, you could take a long there. What did I just do? How did my window just go away? Uh-oh. Does anyone know what I just clicked on? I lost my indicator. I can't get it back. Here, I'm just going to close TradingView. Reopen it. Where's my indicator? Yeah, I tried double clicking. Nothing happens. What in the world did I do? Yeah, I tried Control Z too. That's not doing anything. I don't remember what I clicked on. Reload. Reload the tab without saving. Still no indicator. Where's my stuff? When you exit TradingView, it saved current state. Yeah. What did I do though? I thought I clicked on like a little, there's this little icon that maximizes panels. I thought I clicked on something like that, but it did the opposite. I don't think I deleted it. So if I was going to delete a panel, how do you even do that? See this little thing? Restore panel. No, that's not what it did. I know that I can just re-add the indicator, but I don't feel like going through the setup right now. What in the world did I do? Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Let's see if I can go back to where it removes that. No, I keep hitting it. Nothing's happening. Open the layout again. All right, let me try that. So let's go to here's the layout. Hey, we got it. Oh, wait, what's this? Close without saving. There it is. Wait. Why does this look weird? MNQZ, that's why. That is the... Wait, why does this look all screwed up? Let me try that again. All layouts. I think I just loaded the wrong one. You know, I wish it would show me the whole titles without truncating them like that. Because a lot of my names are like the same except for like what's at the end. And I can't see what's at the end. And we're on MNQH, right? So it's not that one. It's not this one. Let me try this one. There's MNQH. Yeah, see, it's gone. It's gone on that one. That's the one I was using. Check date on the layout. How do you do that? Date modified. Newest first. Playbook. Private. That's this one. Yeah, that's the one I want to use. How did I lose my indicator? Well, you know what? I'll just make it again. No big deal. I will say apply these indicators to entire layout. I think that'll just add it to that other one. Whoa. What is going on today? Oh, you know what? That got rid of all my other stuff, didn't it? I don't want to do that. All right, I'm just gonna... I guess I'll just add it manually. Can you copy it? Yeah, I don't want to do that again. It's kind of a pain in the butt. Copy. Can I just paste it into this other window? Paste. Yes. Thank you. I didn't know you could do that. Okay. Now it shouldn't be too difficult to just redraw my zones. So now you guys get to see me do this in real time. So I'll draw my upper zone first. I like to use these colors. You guys can use whatever colors you want. And extend right, extend left. Okay. Add another one. For the coordinates, I want it to be 0.010 to 0.009. And for the bottom one, we'll go 5 to 0. And change the color to green. And add one more. And coordinates will be 0.01 to 0. And then what I like to do is go over here and then lock these so I can't drag them around. And then if I add any other like chop boxes or anything like here, let's make this chop. So if I add a chop box or something, that'll show up here and it's not locked, so I know I can delete that one easily later on. All right. Well, shoot, looks like I missed a trade there. There was a delta squeeze that happened at 9:01. But at least we're back in action. I don't know what I did there. How did I delete that? I must have clicked this, delete pane. That must have been what I did, and I didn't realize it. Sorry for the little detour. Anyway, there was a short setup here while we were dealing with all that. There's 80 ticks. There's 125. Oh, shoot. That was a good one, too. I would have got both of those. Oh, well. There will be more. That's still 15. That's still 5. That's good. And that is still 3. Good. You know, I thought there was a way to maximize this so it didn't have like the title and all that in there, just to kind of give it a little bit more room. Anyway, that'll work. Yeah, JWAS, there's a little bearish divergence in there. Let's see on the 2. Yeah, a little bearish divergence on the 2. On the 3 as well. On the 5 as well. And on the 15. And we did just take out this high. So would not be surprised if we come back down here towards that yellow line, which would also, that we got the 200 down here on the 15. It's a possibility. We're kind of sandwiched in between both VWAPs right now. The orange line is the anchored VWAP. Also sitting on top of the daily open and sitting on top of VWAP. Kind of a choppy territory to be, potentially. We did get a tick up from the lower power zone. But, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a no-go zone for me. Schroden did a little investigation. He says, I reviewed the moment of panel deletion, and yep, your guess is correct. It was a stray unlucky swipe with inadvertent click on the delete button of the panel. Yeah, I don't even think I meant to like click my mouse. So I wasn't even watching what happened. My mouse is really sensitive. I don't even have to push very hard on the button for it to click, which I like it, but sometimes when I'm just mousing around, it does click. I use the I really like the mouse though. This is it. It's the you guys see that? It's the Logitech. It's got this little like very smooth scroll wheel on the top and on the side right here. Anyway, I like it. I really like it for coding, for scrolling and code, because that wheel, it has like this, I don't know how they manufactured it, but it's got like a momentum scroll to it. So if you scroll it, it'll keep spinning. It's kind of like a, I don't know what you call it, but so as long as it's spinning, it'll keep kind of scrolling through the code. So if you have, you know, piles and piles of code that you're scrolling through, it's really nice. A gyroscope. Yeah, there's a little gyroscope in there or something. And I think my favorite feature, though, is these little buttons on the sides. And I have it, so if I hit, I don't know if any of you guys are on Macs, but I got two Macs in front of me and then a Windows machine on my left. And on a Mac, if you hit like F9, it kind of spreads your windows out like that. So I have that F9 key tied to that mouse button. So when I click that, all my windows just spread out. So I don't have to mess with my keyboard or anything. Kind of nice. But like I said, it's sensitive. You don't have to push very hard on it. Maybe we get a double bottom on the 1 minute and the 5 minute signal bar will turn white. Possibly, yeah. If it does tick up here, we will have a little bullish divergence. The cumulative delta itself is looking a little rangy at the moment. We got that delta porpoising on the confirmation line. Someone the other day asked me, what is porpoising? All I mean by that is, like, if this was a dolphin, it'd be, you know, jumping out of the water, back in the water, jumping out of the water, back in the water. That's what I call porpoising. Suppose I could call that dolphining, but it wouldn't sound as nice. Well, Delta is still falling. We're under VWAP. Might try to make a push lower. We still got that other low to take out, potentially. Should probably mark out the London session low. Does look like we're going to take that out. So that little delta squeeze at the top, we had a tick down below a falling delta. And we also had a tick down right here below a falling delta, but this one is a little less reliable because it's in the green zone. But as you can see, a lot of times it still works. Let's see if we would have taken that one. It'd be at 910. It's actually an up-close candle too. Sometimes the up-close candles are nice for your entries because it gets you in at a little bit of a discount. Yeah, I would have hit 125. We did take out that New York low. If that was your target, that would have been, looks like 35 3/4 points. You know, generally speaking, if the only trades that you take are a tick up above a rising delta or a tick down below a falling delta, so if the signal is above the delta, that basically disqualifies that. But if those were the only two setups that you ever took, and you just took every single one of those, you would probably have a pretty good day. You know, that's what these were, basically. Well, actually, no. This is a different setup. Never mind. This was tick up or tick down from the red zone after the cross. That's a different setup. But generally speaking, that works pretty well. Here's a tick up above a rising delta. But if you can get them in the green zone for the longs and get them in the red zone for the shorts, that's the only setup you took, that would work out pretty well. Can you say that again, T-Maker? Yeah, so in this case, you see you have a falling delta. It started falling way up here, right? So as soon as it starts falling and has a negative slope, any tick down below the falling delta in the red zone, it's got to be in the red zone. Well, it doesn't. As I just proved over here, it doesn't have to be in the red zone, but the higher likelihood of the trade playing out is going to be from the red zone. So a tick down, so here's your tick down, is basically a delta squeeze below the falling delta. It can't be above. And then the opposite, here's a tick up. Now the delta just started rising way over here. So that one might be a little bit more difficult to see. It was turning positive, so that's like the start of it. Had it put in a little bit more of a slope first and then tick down, like, you know, in this area, that would have been a long two. And see, it had a nice push up from there. Here's the opposite. Here's a falling delta. So delta's falling. And there's your tick down below a falling delta. And see, there's a nice move down still. So tick down below a falling delta or a tick up above a rising delta in the respective zone. So for longs, green zone, for shorts, red zone. That's the only thing you did. That should work out pretty well. Looks like we're back to sweeping more liquidity there. We're about to get a tick down below a falling delta. However, it's in the green zone. So like I said, well, those will sometimes play out, but you're better off just taking them in the red zone. Delta slope matters. I say that a lot. I should get a t-shirt that says that. Not delta slope matters, but just slope matters. I'd probably be the only one that thinks that's funny. Slope happens. Yeah, that'd be another decent one. How are we doing Bitcoin? 105,834. Sounds like t-shirt material. Should we get a t-shirt made that says slope happens and slope matters? Hey, if you were wearing a t-shirt like that, it might actually help you trade better. Slopes matter. Yeah, you'd have to be careful not to have a typo there. Yeah, that's a good idea, Jay Waz. We need to wear shock collars that punish us if we take stupid trades. That would be a great product. That would be an awesome product, actually. Like a little device where you could put in your trading rules, and as soon as you break your rule, you get a little shock. I'd wear that. Needs to be a sizable shock that knocks you out of the chair, or else it will not help. Well, it depends on how big of a rule you broke. But yeah, I agree. Something that kicks your ass. Yeah, still working on London lows. We also got a pivot line here at 981.75. I suppose it's time to flip things bearish for the 5-minute and 3-minute. Got our fallen deltas. $15-minute still working on it. Lots of chop on the 15. Look at this. All of this on the 15 is chop. So I feel sorry for anybody trading the 15. Hey, my template went back to putting the text on the bottom again. Remember that happened yesterday? Template, chop. Yeah, see? I put it on the bottom again. Why is that happening? I didn't even change that. See? Something is changing this to bottom left. And I keep changing it to top left. And I'm going to save my template. Template, save as, chop, save. Yes. Template, chop. It's like somebody is going in my template and changing stuff on me. It's a little ghost. Schroden, is it you? All right, are we pushing down towards London lows now? We did get our tick down. Delta's still falling. somewhat consistent. Could be a short, but again, it's kind of a low probability one. So I don't like to take those. You know, we were just talking about slope, and it reminds me that I wish there was a way to alert on the slope, because if there was, or if there were, then I'd be able to automate that with my bots. There's some things that I think could be added to this indicator that would make it easier for automation, for sure. We need the thickness. We need like an objective thickness of the delta as like a value we can tap into. So you could say, okay, well, if the thickness reaches, I don't know, like say it's a number from 0 to 100 or 1 to 100, you know, with like 100 being the thickest delta candle you've ever seen, then you could actually put some numbers on there that says, okay, well, if it crosses 60, then, and if the slope is positive, you know, that could just be like a true or false. Is the slope positive or is it negative? You could do a lot with that. But I think the delta slope, or yeah, the delta needs a slope number. I think the confirmation line needs a slope number. I think the delta needs a thickness alert. I think there needs to be a, you know how we flip these as like bullish or bearish based off of certain things? I think that should be a feature in the indicator where you could say, okay, I want to determine if this time frame is bullish or bearish based off of the delta being above or below the confirmation line. That'd be one way to do it. The other way to do it would be, well, instead of using the confirmation line, I want to see whether there's a positive or negative slope to the delta. That would be more of like an like a shorter term bias. In relation to the confirmation line, that's more of like an overall bias on that time frame. So we have multiple time frames, but within each time frame, we also have smaller, you know, more immediate biases going on, if that makes sense. It's like if it, you know, like right now on the 3, we have a negative slope. We're under the confirmation line. However, we're ticked up from the lower power zone. So like the fact that you're ticked up from the lower power zone, like there's a little bit of a bullish bias to that. It's not a whole lot, but it's a factor. But I do think there's a way that you could set some rules around that. and it basically would balance all of those different variables out. And then just so you don't have to do it in your head and just spit out, okay, is it teetering more on the bullish side or the bearish side based off of X, Y, and Z? Anyway, speaking of delta slope, we have a positive slope on the 1. It's still fighting with the slope of the confirmation line. So it could be a little turbulent area. However, when you get this slope that happens in a power zone, like what we got up here, that's usually a reversal point. So if we could come back down and give us a tick up above a rising delta right there. Oops. What did I just do? It's a crazy looking line. So yeah, if this could come down and give us a tick up above a rising delta, I'm going to take that long. Potentially. On the 3-minute, however, we got to get that signal above that delta to start really feeling the bullishness over there. So for that reason, I don't really think this scenario that we just mapped out is going to play out. This delta is already starting to look pretty weak, starting to turn orange already. We just rejected from that daily open in the 50 right there. And VWAP. Keep in mind we're underneath VWAP. So, you know, that's a tick down from the red zone with a weak delta under a falling confirmation line. That is a short. Probably should have been paying closer attention to that. That is a short all day right there at 9:37. Let me throw a limit order on there. Maybe it'll pop back up. I think I missed the train though. Anybody else catch that one? I should have caught that. That's a very basic setup right there. Nice, J-Waz. Down to that pivot line now. The 5 and the 3 are still playing out to the downside. Still haven't taken London low. Yeah, I was sitting here talking and I wasn't really paying attention to that set. I was looking for a long setup, or looking for a potential, like what would happen if we were to reverse there. But I wasn't even thinking about what I should have been, which was the continuation move. Especially after I said I didn't think that was going to play out because of what was happening on the 3 and the 5. Let's see what that would have been. So that entry was here. It would have hit 80. Not quite 125 yet. Potentially coming. We lost our positive slope on the delta there, so we got a negative slope again. So now we got negative confirmation line slope and negative delta slope. For highest probability trades, you want both slopes to go in the same direction. Slope matters. Yep, G2 22002 was the short entry. I missed it. We just put in a higher low, but that slope is still negative, so I would not go long there. There is some bullish divergence on that, though. You know, going back to this delta squeeze, which was here at 9:01. And why did we miss that? Oh, is that when I deleted my pane? I think that's why we missed that, or I missed that. I don't know if you guys caught that. But I was just going to point out, you know, this delta's been falling this whole time until right in here is when the first time we got a higher low. But that would be, you know, if you're just using the cumulative delta for your exits, waiting for the delta cross usually gives you most of the move. So in this case, there's the delta cross right there. So you could take profit here. That's 43 points. If you're just waiting for delta exhaustion, so that's when it turns positive again, that doesn't happen until here. So it looks like you would have been about the same. In this case, 40 3/4 points. And if you're waiting for an actual reversal signal, that hasn't even happened yet. A reversal being a delta squeeze to the upside, or the delta crossing back over the confirmation line, which hasn't happened yet. Anyway, lots of exit strategies there to choose from. Am I still live? Something happened? Can you guys hear me? It says the chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. Did I lose the stream? What is happening? I have no chat. If anybody can hear me, I can't see anything. I got no chat. Jawaz, I just saw your message. You said you can hear me and others can hear me too. Oh, okay. Weird. Well, I have no chat. My YouTube is not loading. So it's weird that I could be streaming, but I can't connect to YouTube. I'm going to refresh over here. See if that helps. You know, that must just be my other... I got 3 computers in front of me. That just must be this machine on my right side. I'm going to restart that one. That's the machine where I have all of you guys on chat. All right. Well, that's restarting. So anybody in the chat, if you want to say something to me, you have to channel it through JWAS right now. We got a thin, spotty, choppy delta. It is 9:53. Starts to become the time where things can kind of slow down a little bit, potentially. What is going on with today, man? Things are glitching out. Computer's still booting up here. It's an older MacBook Pro, so it takes longer to boot up than my other machines. Okay. Let me see if I can get you guys back on here. Looks like things are working. I think. Can you guys see me? Can you see my chat? Oh, good. Back to our scheduled program. Jawaz, I am the Oracle guide now. I am the captain now. Well, good thing nothing's really happening. Just got a thin spotty delta down here. I'm not really interested in trading that. Well, not at the moment. If we get a short setup from the red zone and the delta still looks weak like it does, I will probably jump in that trade. However, for those of you that want to roll more conservatively, the playbook says to walk away when you see that. Now we got that diamond pattern forming. That's you know, that sort of thing. We're kind of getting into the apex of that diamond. Usually that's a reversal pattern if you were in a trend. However, I can't say we've been in much of a trend, at least not recently. So I guess it could go either way here. However, I would probably side on the bearish side, just looking at the 5-minute and the 3. That side's probably got the higher probability. Looks like we're starting to break down here. We did get a lower high in the green zone. I was hoping for a red zone kill spot, but you know, if you're trying to force things, that would have been an entry there. Well, I guess it's not really forcing things here. It's a lower high. It's right near the midline there. The delta's super weak. So, I mean, that's probably a decent short right there. But I missed it, so I'm going to go get some coffee. Be right back. Looks like we put in a higher low, but that delta's still nasty and weak. So still would side with the bears here. And looks like we're going to put in another lower high, actually. I'm going to actually short this right here. All right, I am short. Go ahead and, that other entry would have been better, but I'll give this one a shot. Still got London low screaming at us here. And again, this reason why I entered is because we just put in a lower high. Delta's really weak under this falling confirmation line. And we got London low sitting there. That's just, it's just screaming, come get me. Schroden, what would you say is the most common way you at times deviate from the playbook? The most common way that I do, like where I regret it? Is that what you mean? Usually deviating from the playbook is not a good idea. I do it. Most of the time when I do it, though, I regret it. So I still have to kind of pick myself up and put me back on the track every once in a while. Because, the way that the charts play out, they can be so slow and monotonous. It gives me all this opportunity to see all these other things in the chart, and then I start making decisions based off of things other than the cumulative delta. And that's usually comes back to bite me. So I would say the majority of the time when I deviate from the playbook, I get burned. But when I deviate in a good way, for a good reason, I mean, sometimes I get away with it, but I don't think I would call that good necessarily. I think it's better just to stick to the playbook. Like in this particular case, like I'm not printing lower highs in the the red triangle in the green zone. I'm not printing those on the indicator, but I still take trades off of those, and that's still still in line with the playbook. I wouldn't say that's necessarily deviating from the playbook when you do that. Like in this particular case, we have a really weak delta, a lower high in the green zone with a really weak delta. As long as it's under that falling confirmation line, that should still be decent. I am, however, going to put my stop at break even here, just because we ticked up from that lower power zone. Seems like it's maybe taking more aggressive entries on, say, a tick down in the green zone. Yeah, so that's what I was just talking about. Yeah, I don't think the playbook specifically goes into that, but I wouldn't really say that's deviating from the playbook when you take it from the green zone. Stopped out, by the way. Break even. But yeah, I mean, you're probably better off taking them from the red zone only. It's like this one. If I had a smaller target, it would have worked. We took out London low. That was really the target, right? So, I mean, I could have got 15 points out of it. I was waiting for something bigger, but didn't happen. But if I do take them from the green zone like that, I do tend to try to keep a shorter leash on it. So I'll either exit when it ticks against me, or like in this case, just move my stop to break even. So there's still a way to do it without risking a whole lot. Delta's starting to turn up here in that lower power zone. The confirmation line and Delta are beginning to converge. So JWAS, I'd agree with you that a long might not be a bad idea in here. Don't get burned by the 5 though. The 5 still head down pretty aggressively. Personally, I'm going to wait for more of a Delta squeeze setup. But we do have a trend line here that if we can break it, then we could start heading up nicely, but you might find some resistance here. Brad, the last couple weeks, market has been ranging. The smallest ranges, the kind that blows accounts. Yes, I hear you. I had my worst day last Friday in a long time. And, but you know, going back and actually looking at what I was doing, I was deviating from the playbook quite a bit. And I think that it was more so that than anything. Even when the markets are kind of nasty like it's been recently, if you follow the playbook strictly, you should still do all right, especially with smaller targets. If you're waiting for big targets like I was last Friday, then you can definitely get burned. But if you tighten up your TPs and follow the playbook, it still usually works out pretty well. We're about to have a delta cross on the confirmation line here on the 1. We did get above that trend line, so wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of a retest here. And then have a long entry set up. Might be a good time to go visit our old buddy VWAP. Yeah, looks like that's where we're headed. Also got the daily open sitting right there. JWaz, where did you get long? That power zone tick up here would have been nice. Kind of goes against the playbook, but that's why I didn't take it. But 21,972-ish. Oh, you're way down there. How did you do that? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, anyone who actually entered at the London low or the break of, once we swept the low, one thing you could do is enter on the break of that previous candle high, which would be 976.50. That would have been a good entry. Obviously, that's not a Cumulative Delta playbook entry, but just as a general strat entry. Any of you guys trade the strat or know what the strat is? There's an actual strategy called the strat that's out there. It goes off of very specific candle patterns where you number the candles, a 1, 2, or a 3. A 1 being an inside candle. A 2, so in this case, this would be what they call a 2-2 reversal. So this is this candle here would be what they call a 2 down. And this candle here would be called a 2 up. So that would be a 2 down, 2 up reversal. And you would enter at that high as soon as it turns into a 2 up. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but I still use a lot of that in some of my trading. The guy that came up with that strategy, he calls the strat. His name was Rob, but he passed away. He died, I don't know if it was last year or the year before. It's kind of a freak thing, I think. He was fine, and then he went to the hospital one day because he had stomach pain, and next thing you know, he was dead 2 weeks later. Maybe it was a week later. I forgot his last name. It was Rob something. Rob Smith. That's what his name was. I followed him on Twitter a long time ago. His last post was July 3rd, 2023. Yes. Snake Eyes, Smith. Schroden says Trump's talking to reporters. Is that going to have any market impact? Delta is dangerously thin again. Should we try to find it? Send me the link. I could throw it on. Hmm. No, that's not a long for me, Schroden. Number one, it's in the red zone. Number two, Delta has a negative slope again. So I feel like we're kind of entering that transition phase where we could start getting some long setups here, but this has a slight negative slope to it. It's just a little too weak for me. And then if you look at the 3 and the 5, those are still pretty bearish, so we could easily turn back down. Still might work, but I don't like taking them that high in the red zone, especially with the weak delta. If this puts in a lower high, I might actually short that. However, I do see the delta trying to turn up now, so that could change. But at the moment, there's no long for me. We did get a retest of that trend line, though. That's probably what's given this a little bit of momentum here. But you notice how the price is moving, but the delta is, there's still like, the bulls aren't really there. the delta's still really weak, so this could easily fizzle out. I do like the fact that it has closed above the 50 two times. So closed above, came back below, and now we're back above. So the bulls have that going for them. You guys notice that I only took one trade since the open? I would have taken this one had my computer been, my chart's been working fine at that point. But what I was going to say is, what I always notice is that if I am having a pretty good day, I tend to trade less. And the opposite is true. If I'm having a bad day, I tend to trade more. And I know that seems like it should be the other way around. If you're having a bad day, you should trade less. But I guess a little bit of that is what they call revenge trading. But I'm having a pretty good day already, so I kind of feel like I don't have to force things here if it's not a great setup. But I should feel like that all the time. I still gotta make my mind lock into that mindset no matter what, which is still kind of hard to do, even after doing this a long time. We did just put in a lower high from that upper power zone, but I am not really interested in going short on that. So number one, delta's above the confirmation line, and number two, we are finally starting to put in a little bit of a positive slope on the delta. So I'm still going to wait for a long. It's not ideal to go short there, in other words. It still might work, but it's better to take the setups that are more ideal. And if I did that all the time, I know I would have much better overall numbers. My numbers aren't bad, by the way. My numbers are still pretty good. But there's always room for improvement. We're still below the 200 and still below the VWAP. It does look like we're going to get a VWAP touch here, though. Schroed an unconventional take. See if you disagree. Most overrated thing in trading is to put too much stock in backtesting. Crazy how many strats work in backtesting but fail in real time. Yeah, that is true. I'm curious why that is. I mean, when I backtest, my numbers are always better than in real life. And so, but I feel like the thing that kind of holds me back is when I'm backtesting, I'm not afraid to take trades. When I backtest, I don't know how you guys backtest, but when I do it like candle by candle in replay mode. So I'm clicking through the candles. And so the pace and everything is much, much faster than in real time. So I think there's that variable as well. But I'm not afraid to take setups. And if things aren't ideal, I just keep going until I see one that's more ideal. But in real time, it's like if you've been waiting for an hour and a half or 2 hours and you haven't taken a trade yet, and this one looks like, okay, well now this is kind of kind of ideal, but not really. I tend to still take those. So I think a lot of it has to do with like the pace of the market. I think there's other factors that come into play for some people too. Like I know I used to trade with too much size. And so that would always, every time I jumped in a trade, I would be scared and, like basically sweating for every tick that like went against me. And I don't really do that anymore. And so, once I size down, I'm just much more like, it's like when you get to the point where you don't care if it's a winner or a loser because you have confidence in your strategy and confidence in your overall numbers over a series of trades. Once I started feeling that way, I started doing a lot better, but still not as good as how I do when I backtest. So there's still, I think, some psychological factors at play, but I think it's more that. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, and that's the other thing is like I miss a lot more trades live than when I'm backtesting. Like I said, when I'm backtesting, I'm not afraid to take a trade. Live, there's still a little bit of me that's like, I don't know about this one. And then it'll be a big winner. And if you miss the winners and you're only getting the losers, your numbers aren't going to be as nice. Snake Eyes, backtesting assumes every trade will be taken without hesitation, but a trader rarely does that. They will always inject context outside of the rules. Yes, that is very well said. You almost, a lot of people say this, but you almost have to be a robot, and you have to, if you can have very clear and objective rules and be a robot and just stick to what those rules are, a lot of times over the series of trades, you'll do better. Which is why bots in many cases end up working in your favor. But there's just a lot of bots, period, that don't work at all. And I think that's the issue with most bots that are out there. Obviously, there's big algorithms and things taking place that happen for the big boys that have lots of money to develop those algorithms. Well, it looks like we closed above the 200. We'll see if we reject up here or if we cruise through VWAP. We could just start flying. We did have the 20 cross above the 50. That's why you're seeing a little bit of green here on the screen. That is a point for the bulls. JWAS, the reason I went long is because the 3, 5, and the 15 all bottomed. So they all ticked up from that lower power zone. That's what you mean? 1006, 1005 on the 5, and 1015. Well, good on you for that one, because that definitely worked out. Snake Eyes, I seen a study where 6th grade school children outperformed adults when given a set trading plan to follow. I can believe that. Awesome, and they don't care about losing money. Yeah, there is a lot of truth to that, and I think a lot of that has to do with there is a significant amount of randomness that does occur in the market, and the more logic you try to apply to that, it can be a little deceiving. What they found was that the children didn't question anything. They followed the rules. Also, they did have rules. I've seen guys just like randomly, throw like a random 2-to-1 or random 1-to-1 ratio on the chart. Just, like flip a coin randomly. And without any logic really at all. And those guys, well, I think in order for that to work, you need you need something greater than a 1-to-1. It's like a 1.5 to 1 or 2-to-1, something like that, and just randomly throw it on the chart. If you stop out, you stop out. Flip a coin, go either way. That seems to work too. Schroden, when I backtest, I try to also take a point or so off the ideal fill, especially if the entry would be at market, not limit. Slippage, bad fills can add up. Yeah, that's true. Snake Eyes, the adults injected their own biases and went rogue. They do tend to do that. I think there's just something innate in us that has us believe that we know better, or we know where the market's going to go based off of feeling. With all that being said, that's one of the reasons why I do like the Cumulative Delta, because it does give a way to structure objective rules around your trades. Like if you say, I'm only taking trades when the delta is above the confirmation line, it's got a positive slope, and we're ticking up from the green zone. Like, that's very objective. There's no way that you could, if you had a rule like that you can look at that as being subjective. If you're looking at slope, if you're looking at the zone, like it either happens or it doesn't, right? So that's kind of what I like about it, is it allows me to trade more objectively. Before this, I was definitely trading a lot more subjectively, and I had issues with that. Well, we made it above VWAP so far. Both VWAPs even. Delta's still climbing, but it's been kind of a thin climb. Not a lot of momentum behind it. You know, one thing that I wanted to look at, this would actually be some pretty good homework for one of you guys to do over the weekend. I wanted to look at what numbers would look like if you said this. So you got a positive slope on the delta. You got a positive slope on the confirmation line. And when you do, as long as price is above the 8 and you get a tick up. So here, I'll lay this out. So here's a tick up right here, right? However, it's below the 8, so that one doesn't count. So, but here, so what I want to look at is taking tick ups anywhere on the indicator, not just in the green zone, okay? So, but not entering on the candle close. So here we get a tick up, we have a rising delta, we have a rising confirmation line. Here's our tick up. So normally my entry would be here, right? But instead of entering there, enter on the 8. So you get the tick up first, and then put a limit order on the 8 and use that for your entry, and then see how the trade plays out. And every time you get a tick up, as long as it's above the 8, as long as you have those two slopes, and you enter on the 8, what do those numbers look like? That would be a really easy set of rules to implement. And I think those numbers would actually be pretty good. I haven't tested it myself, so if somebody wants to go out there and do a back test over the weekend, I would be interested to see those numbers. I think they would be pretty good, actually. And then you would just enter after each tick up, no matter what, no matter where it is on the indicator. It's like here, the last one, we ticked up right here. So you'd place a limit order down here. Let's go ahead and simulate this one, just for fun. And once your limit order is placed, you can't move it. Can't move it, but you can cancel it if you get a tick against you. Yeah, JWaz, your long is playing out. You know, this is one of those scenarios where, you know, once you have this delta cross, you guys always hear me say this, but at that point I turn bullish, right? So I'm bullish. I'm looking for longs here. I didn't get a clean long setup. But if you were in a long and you want to maximize the whole move, you should try to stay in until you have that cross back down. So in JWaz's case, you were in down here somewhere? You'd be up like 55 or so points right now. But then you would exit either when you have like a negative slope on the delta with the delta squeeze setup, if you didn't want to wait for the cross, because usually that precedes the cross. The downside to that is you're gonna have to stomach a lot of pullbacks. But if it's gonna go into a long trend, you're gonna get the whole move. That's the upside to that. So I think overall, that's also a good strategy. Exit strategy is what I'm referring to. All right, so this trade, see how it ticked down? So had I not got picked up on my limit order, that's when I would cancel the order. Looks like Bitcoin's over 106 now. Everything in crypto is starting to turn bullish again, right? When you have that delta cross on the confirmation line in a power zone, at that point, that should be the start of the reversal. And see here, we had a little bit of a delta squeeze, which precedes the reversal. We got a positive slope on the delta right before that. Notice this one back here, that one's invalid because we have a negative slope on the delta. See, we got to find a way to get Zeiierman to add a slope alert variable feature. That would make my life so much easier. All right, JWAS, we're getting a tick down on the 3 from the upper power zone. What are you going to do? It's not official, but it's up there. It's against the ceiling. You gonna wait for the 5 to fall in line? Sounds good. Does look like the 3 is still ramping up there. We did get that cross on the 3, so I'm going to go ahead and flip that back to bullish. The 5 is still working at it. Schroden, that's a great question. I don't think there is a way to do that in TradingView. You might be able to use the TOMMYBOTS timer in multiple windows. If you wanted to add a little panel on your screen. Or maybe put that on a separate monitor. You know, if you have the chart on here, I think you can still put a timer on the chart, but that I don't like having the chart on those panels. Where's that? Where's the timer option? Is it in settings? Status line. No, symbol. I thought it was like a checkbox in here on the side panel that said countdown. Countdown to bar close right there. Labels, countdown to bar close. So labels, countdown to bar close. Where's the countdown? I don't see it. Apparently it says you can do it. It's just not showing up. Maybe because I don't have the chart visible on my screen. Anyway, you might be able to do it that way, but then you're going to have a chart there. I like to maximize these panels so I can see the full indicator. Okay, we're getting a delta cross in the upper power zone. Delta looks like it wants to start rolling over, at least for a pullback. Back to VWAP. We are flashing a tick down on the 5 and the 3. Starting to get a little bit of an elevator down here. Speaking of the strat that we were talking about a little bit earlier, they call this a pivot machine gun. So like this would be a pivot here. This would be a pivot. 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 And this would be a pivot. And so when you get all those pivots lined up like that, once you break one, it triggers stops, could give it more momentum, then it breaks the next one, triggers more stops, heads down some more, triggers the next one, kills more stops, and the next one. So it can happen very quickly, which is why you usually see an elevator down right there. That's why they call that the pivot machine gun. And so if you were trading the strat, your primary target would be like the first one. Then you take a little bit more off the second one, take a little bit more off the third. Anyway, little strat nugget there for you. Wow. Still going. Just took out the next one. Anybody catch that? I really hate when you're sitting around for a long time waiting for a setup and it doesn't really give you a good entry point and it just dumps like that. If you're trading the strat, you'd have an entry point. But with the Cumulative Delta, there just wasn't really an entry point. Yeah. I hate that. It's a great move, but no entry. Looks like we're rejecting off VWAP after all. Looking at London low again. Actually, the new New York low. Probably head back down to that trend line. Unless it can find support on this little order block right here. On the 15 chart, price is sitting on top of the 200 moving average. It's been the floor all day. Well, let's see if we break it. That was quite the abrupt turnaround right there. It's definitely waterfalling. Oh, good point, Schroden. If you were trading the, well, or the 3. The 3 had, look at this, at 10:51 on the 3-minute chart. I'm going to turn this to the 3. There's a beautiful short entry right here. That little tiny tick down from the upper power zone, the ceiling of the upper power zone even. You know, on the 3, we've been porpoising on this confirmation line the whole day. So we've pretty much been ranging. So in this scenario where we pushed down, we just kind of came back above it. Delta slope is, or not the delta slope, I'm sorry. The confirmation line slope was down at that point. Delta slope wasn't. So a little bit of discrepancy there between slopes, but that power zone killed it. Let's see about the 2, if the 2 would have been better. On the 2, you got a lower high here, but then we went higher, so there's not really good entry on the two. We did just get a tick up here. That's a potential long there. With that falling so abruptly, and the confirmation line still has a positive slope to it, so that's probably a decent long, actually. I was looking at the other chart, and looks like I probably missed it, though. We'll see how this one goes. We'll simulate it. Usually when there's such an abrupt change like that, and the slope hasn't even had time to catch up, a lot of times it's going to want to snap back. At least a little bit, enough to get a profitable trade out of it. And on the 5 minute, ooh. No, I shrouded on the 5 minute. That was too late. See how big that candle is? As soon as we ticked down, that was the 5 minute candle, that big drop. So nothing really there either. Let's look at the 15-second. That was probably the sweet spot. Oh, look at that, guys. Look at that. On the 15-second, we put in a delta squeeze right here at 10:52:30. That was right there. That is beautiful. Look at that. Hardly any drawdown at all. We got the tick down right underneath the delta. Delta didn't really have a negative slope right there, but if you waited one candle, that one did turn orange. So say you waited for that and then entered on the 8, you still could have got an entry right there on a wick. That would have been even better. That was beautiful. And as you see that nice falling consistent delta getting thicker and thicker, you hold all the way until the delta, a thin delta cross, which is right here. So at like 11 and 45 seconds, take that down to right there. It's like, say you go one candle before it, so maybe a little higher. It's 51 points on the 15-second chart. That's beautiful. This is also a short right here on the 15-second. Right there. It's not as good as the other one because we have already had the drop. And this tick up above the delta would be your out. So might have got a smidgen of profit on that one. So you'd be out right here. Looks like I need to take a closer look at that 15-second. Here's our first high or low in the lower power zone on the 1. Schroden, I wasn't counting the 3 minute because didn't you say that's not great to take a trade after the cross, especially when it's in the middle of the oscillator around 0.005? Now, let me go back to the 3 minute. Oh, this cross you mean? Yes. However, if you go back to what I was talking about earlier this morning, you know how I said if you have a cross that's like near the middle of the indicator, you could kind of ignore that one. Like if you're porpoising like this, that has less significance. If it was occurring lower on the indicator in this zone, then that means you put in a significant move to the downside and you're likely turning up. So you don't want to short that in that case. But when it's up here, when it's up here near the center of the indicator, that has less significance. So you can ignore that and still take the power zones. Stealth, what's up? Did you just join us? You're late to the party. Hasn't been much of a party though. All my trades were basically pre-market, and then once New York opened up, it's just been kind of a mess ever since. Not totally. There's definitely entries in there. Nothing that I would call ideal on the 1 minute. I should say nothing. This was a nice trade down, but my computer was screwed up, so I wasn't available to take that trade. Had I been available, I would have taken that one. But other than that, and I probably should have taken this long from that the lower zone. That's what I was talking about earlier with this cross near the midline. You can still go long there. And if not the candle close, you could take the 8, so you would have been in like right there. That would have been really nice. So there was basically this trade, there was this trade down, but other than that, it's just there hasn't been a whole lot of entries. Unless you go over to like the 15-second chart that we were just looking at, that would have been a beautiful short right there. Nice delta squeeze on that one. Stealth traded earlier, have a new setup. I only take ticks from the 3 minute power zone. Okay. My dog is getting on my case. She wants to go out. So, one moment. So we got the confirmation line back in the center of the indicator, just kind of floating around the center. It's still, as long as it stays there, that's going to be a ranging setup. Still have the double tick up. I wait for the first tick up and then take entry on the second. You know, that's actually a good strategy. The second does have a higher probability than the first. And it not necessarily a higher low. Like in this case, this is a higher low right here, the green triangle. So say the first one ticked up a little bit higher and then the second one ticked up a little bit lower. That's still a pretty good probability of trade. In this case, we just put in our third tick up from the lower power zone at 11.10. That's a potential long right there. So that's a long entry. The first higher low from a power zone after a drop like that is usually a pretty good entry. In this case, it was way up here, so I would not have taken that. Obviously I did not take that one. If I was going to enter there, I would have entered more around the 8. But this third one, probably not a bad entry on that one. It's even a down close candle, which gives you a little bit of a discount. I like getting a discount on my trades. We also got a higher low tick up on the 3 from that lower power zone. So got a little bit of wind behind that one. 5 minute, still bearish though. Yep, Stealth, I've noticed the same thing. Good point. Yeah, if you take the first one, a lot of times there's like one last little liquidity sweep, which is here, taking out all the stops on that one. And then it, you know, it just takes a little bit longer to put the brakes on, basically, especially after a significant drop like that. And if I was in this trade, which I'm not, but if I was in here, my exit would be a tick down against me right here. Looks like it was about to do it there, but it didn't. So we do have a little bit of chop setting in on the delta now. Also had chop back here that I forgot to mark out. JWAZ, this pivot line has been a magnet for days now. Really? That's this 983. Let's check it out. Call it pivot line for days. JWAZ. We'll change the color to, I don't know, how about yellow? Increase the thickness. And now we're going to zoom out. Couple days, yeah. You notice that we are in this broadening formation that I drew this out, what, earlier this morning? Look at that. Came all the way up here. Almost to the yellow line. And now we're heading back down, so I would not be surprised if we end up back down here. 21,940-ish. That's a nice long entry on the 1 hour. The 1 hour. Where are you looking? Oh, you're talking down here on the power zone? Yeah. I still like having the 1 hour on my screen. I just like to see what's going on with more of a bird's eye view. I do still like having this this 15, the 5, and the 3 on the right, though. So far, it looks like this trade would have been playing out. Still would be in. There's no tick down yet. We can make it back to VWAP. That'd be 31.25 points. Excuse me. We still have a dangerously thin delta. Keep that in mind for anybody who's long. You're kind of walking on thin ice with that. We got the signal up near that upper power zone, so we get a tick down up here. That's a short. We're also sitting right up at the 50. Good point, JWaz. Says a target VWAP as an exit because it broke below, but it never retested. It likes to go back and retest. Schroden, for the power zone long on the 1 hour, does the delta cross closer to the top of the red zone negate it? Let's go back and look at that one. So in this particular case, you had a cross here, and then you went back above, and then you had another cross right here. And after it went back above, you could start to view this as more of a sustained uptrend in the playbook. And if you're in a sustained uptrend, as long as this delta remains really thin and doesn't have very much momentum to it, you know, the thickness matters, right? So you want to see how thin that is and see how, you know, this is really thin compared to like back here. See how this is really thick? If that's really thin and weak, and you know that you're in somewhat of a sustained uptrend, you can take that long. I wouldn't take it long like on the actual 1 hour chart, but I would go down to a lower time frame and find another long entry setup in that same area. Stealth, can you explain the green zone arrows, why they appear on certain tick ups and not others? Yeah. Let's go back to the 1 minute. You guys always hear me talk about higher lows and lower highs. That's all that is. This green triangle is a higher low from this low on the signal. It's a higher low on the signal, not the price. Keep that in mind. So if it makes this little turnaround higher than the previous one, it'll print a green triangle. If it's lower, see how this one right here, let me zoom in so you guys can see this better. You see how this one right here is lower than this one? That's why I did not print a green triangle there. And if we go, you know, up to the top, the opposite's true. So this is a lower high than this turnaround. And this is a higher high than this one. So it didn't print a red triangle there. So when I say lower high and higher low, I am almost always referring to the signal, not the price. I'm referring to those red and green triangles. Schroden, I recommend against making a t-shirt that says thickness matters. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Still make a great t-shirt though. We can have all kinds of great t-shirts coming out of this indicator here. Okay, we're starting to get a tick down from the upper power zone now. We're also about to have a little delta cross, but it's near the center of the indicator, which usually, like I said, if it's near the center, you can kind of ignore that. So like I have more of a ranging mindset right now. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Here we go. Is that better? So if I was in this long, this is definitely where I would be exiting, and I might actually go short here. I'm actually going to do it. I'm short now. So if you were long there, you would have got like 19 3/4. I didn't take that trade, but I am short now. And here we go. First target is 80 ticks. And first target acquired. So next target, 125. Took 2 contracts off on that one. So that makes this 2 contracts off there. That's 40 points. Wait for the next. And we just hit that. So another contract off at 125 ticks. So 1 contract at 31.25 points. That brings, here, I'll let you guys see what I'm doing here. That brings this to 17 contracts, and this to 166. Now I just have a runner. That's another little pivot machine gun there for you. So my last contract, I'm going to exit when I get a tick up from that lower power zone. By the way, we got a lower high on the 5 on the signal, and a lower high on the 3. And the 3, it's back to being bearish. Forgot to mark that off earlier. Come on, bears, keep pushing her down here. We're right at the pivot line for days, Jay was. All right, I'm out. So that's 21.5 points on that last contract. So that moves here, 21.5. All right, so that makes this 18 contracts, and this is going to move to 187.50. little bit of a negative slope on the confirmation line, and definitely a negative slope on the delta now. Hard to want to short into this strong support. Yeah. However, as long as the 5 and the 3 are going to continue to point down, if we continue to get setups here, I'll short those. Schroden, sometimes it's hard to tell if the latest tick completed without hovering over the prior time increment. Really? I tend to not have a issue with that, or maybe it's just because I know what it looks like. Are you talking about like if I had this one set to the 15-second? Let's see, like if it, like this, like here. I just, honestly, when I look at that, I just look to see, is the line moving or not? If it's moving up and down, like this one, I know that the last one obviously is completed. Like when it's going in the same direction at a similar angle. Yeah, I suppose that could be, yeah. Sometimes I guess I do have to hover my mouse over it. But I try to look at that and get an idea of, is it ticking up or down, and then I'm focused on my trading timer at that point, so I could time that candle close. While you're asking Zeiierman for stuff he'll never add, ask if there could be a highlight color enabled for the active line segment. Oh, that's a good idea. That is a good idea. Seems like that'd be a pretty simple ad for him too. Should be. However, like right now on the one, see how it's flashing and it flashes from white to orange? If it's always like this other same color, if it's not closed yet, that might get a little, it might be hard to tell if it's positive or negative unless you had 2 extra colors, right? I like the contrast of the white and the orange for when it's teetering like that. It's just really easy for me to see. A 2-color toggle. I'll have to add that to my list of my wish list. Go let my dog back in. Stealth waiting on the tick up on the 3-minute. Are you going to go long on that? Keep in mind, we're still pretty bearish on the 3 and the 5. We have double slopes on that. Negative slope on confirmation line and the delta, so it could continue lower. Or are you entering on the 15-second stealth? Gotcha. So yeah, if you're doing like little scalpies in there, then that could work. I'm going to get rid of this London low line. Get rid of that other line too, since we took that out. Give us a new one here. Schroed and Stealth got me incorporating the 15-second, which I like having in the mix, even when I choose to ignore it. So thanks for the suggestion. Yeah, stealth, that is, I think, a really good idea. Especially when it's chopping on the 1 and the 5. I think the 15-second, a lot of people think by going lower it gets choppier, and it's the exact opposite. Going lower, it gets smoother. So I definitely want to do more of a deep dive into that for myself. Maybe do some back testing with it. But when it's chopping, I think that's a great idea to go on those lower time frames. Maybe even the 30-second if the 15's too fast. Same for me, Jawaz. You got the 1 minute main with the 3, 5, and 15. I do think that's a good combo. I like it. Then you got another that's a 15, 30, 1 and the 3 on the side. I need more monitors. I got 4 in front of me, but I feel like I need more. Just have to be careful on trend days. You'll get many false signals. That is true. You know, the strategies that you use for chopping should be different than trending, and you got to know when to recognize when the market changes. Jawaz, you use 2 externals and a laptop? I use 2 externals and 2 laptops. I got a Windows laptop to my left. That's a 16-inch screen. I got a MacBook Pro on my right. That's another 16-inch screen. And then I got a, what are these, 20, let me see. I forgot what size screens these are. They're 27s. So I got a 27, which is my main screen right in front of me, and then I got another 27 above that. So I got 2 27s and 2 16s. But I feel like I need more, because there's so many other things I want to keep an eye on. It's totally unnecessary, but why 2 laptops? Good question. My main computer is actually my MacBook Pro, which is to my right. And that's typically, over the years, that's just where I do most of my business. Like I'm pretty mobile. So like if I go to a kid's hockey game or something and I need to like work from the parking lot, I always bring my MacBook Pro with me. Or if we're, on a road trip or something, I bring my MacBook Pro. And then I have a Mac Mini that's driving my main monitor at my desk. I used to just have it hooked up to my MacBook Pro, but my MacBook Pro is actually starting to get kind of old and crankety on me. So I decided to pick up a mini Mac, and I started driving this 27-inch monitor off of that because for some reason, when I was trying to trade on my laptop, by having the external monitor hooked into that, sometimes like the graphics card would cause an issue and things would get crazy and my computer would like shut down out of nowhere. And so that wasn't fun. So I started driving it off this mini Mac, and then I decided to start trading futures, and I started trading with Quantower, and I needed a Windows machine for that. I was trying to run things in parallels before, but wasn't really a big fan of running parallels with all the other stuff I had going on. So I got a dedicated laptop just for ordering on Quantower. And that's what the Windows machine's for. David, M4, the M4 chip, is that what you're referring to? Actually, this mini Mac is a little, it's not that nice. I think it's got an M2, M3 maybe? Let's see. Yeah, it's got an M2, so it's, I didn't really plan on doing a whole lot with that machine other than, doing stuff on the internet. I never really planned on streaming, to be honest with you. I wish I would have probably got the nicer one, but the M2 does the job. Yeah. What does running parallels mean? Parallels is it's like VMware. It's like it's for running a virtual machine, so you can run Windows on a Mac. But the problem with it is when you're running a virtual machine, you have to dedicate like so much RAM to it, so much processor to it. So it takes away from the OS X side of things. I've been running parallels for years, but trying to get away from using that. It's just another expense that I have every year. Schroed in parallels if you want to run a mildly retarded version of Mac on Windows. Yeah. I use a MacBook and pay a monthly fee to use a remote server with a PC base to trade inside for futures. Really? A remote server. Oh, but you're using TradingVIew accounts, right? Or wait. No, you're using TradingVIew, but you're using that in NinjaTrader. So you're running your NinjaTrader off of a remote server? Gotcha. Okay. So what does that remote server cost you? Send me a link on that. I'd be curious to have more info on that. $50 a month? Not bad. Chart VPS. Looks like we're still pushing down here. Just took out that low. We got a tick down here in the green zone, but it wasn't ideal for me. I wanted it in the red zone. It was almost the red zone. Looks like it still would have worked. So 1148, you could have shorted right here. Looks like that still would have been a goodie. Would have just hit the first target. Working on the second target. We got our yellow line down here. That's from that big broadening formation. That's this one here. I think I drew that in yesterday. Or was it early this morning? I forgot. Could probably get rid of this one. So it looks like target here would be like 21,937-ish, somewhere in there. We might head down to this pivot, which is at 911.75. Well, JWAS, we broke your pivot line for days. Heading down. So yeah, this setup, it was a little less than ideal, but it was still a valid setup. You could take that when it's close to the midline. If you are a little iffy on it, you could take the 8 instead. That would have gave you a so you get the signal first and then go short on the 8. So you could have gone short right here. Would have been a little bit better of an entry. Looks like we would have hit our second target. We'd have our runner on now if we took that. And almost to the yellow line. Looks like we only have 11 likes on the stream today. People must not be enjoying themselves. There we go. There's the yellow line there. Heading towards this pivot at 912. Still have a runner on here. We got the 12 o'clock noon candle, Central Time, in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, after hitting that yellow line, are we going to bounce? We shall see. We do have our second higher low printing in that lower power zone. There is a little bullish divergence on it. Delta still has a little thickness to it though, so maybe not quite ready for a long yet. You also have the 5 and the 3 going against you. Those are still pretty bearish at the moment. The 3 is ticking up, but the delta is still relatively thick. ML, is there a way to just get the delta indicator? I went to the site and it appears to be membership for all indicators. I only want the delta one though. As far as I know, there's not a way to just get this one indicator. You do have to be a member of the Zeiierman group. Zeiierman has a multitude of indicators. A lot of people find value in many of the others. I primarily just use this one though. Well, I use this one and I use this onset effects algo. That's what puts these key levels in here. So like the daily open, previous day high, previous day low, all of that kind of stuff. I use that one. And every now and then I use, I play around with a lot of his other indicators, but I'm more of a cumulative delta guy, so I primarily just use that. Try to keep things simple. It's totally worth the membership, in my opinion. My mom warned me not to talk to strangers and not to join any groups. Yeah, I'd be skeptical of most groups myself. The Zeiierman group, though, I've been a member of that group since, I think 2021. So, a few years now. For your bot software, can I automate fib trading? It is a bit complex and isn't as simple as buy at this line and sell at this line. I mean, you can put together some very complex rules if you want. It really depends on what indicators you're using and what alert capabilities it has. But if you can alert on it, odds are you can automate it. So with TOMMYBOTS, it has a what we call group alerts feature. So if you have multiple criteria that you're looking at, where certain things have to line up, it doesn't have to even be the same indicator. It could be multiple indicators. And if you're looking for, it to hit a certain fib line and then something else has to kick into gear, yeah, you can do that. I'd have to know a little bit more about what your actual rules and what you're trying to accomplish is, but I could help with that. Do you offer a trial? There's a free account, but you can't do group alerts on the free account. So you could do free. There's also a basic account, which that doesn't have group alerts either. So you'd have to do like a standard account, which you could test a little bit on. For unlimited alerts, you really need the pro account. But you could just, I mean, it's month to month, so you could just try it for a month, and if you don't like it, don't have to use it. You don't have to run it on a live account if you don't want to. You could just alert on, or you could have it send you like a text message instead of actually executing the trade when things line up. So say if you have 5 indicators and 8 different conditions that have to line up before it makes a trade, you can have all of those line up, and instead of making the trade, it'll just send you a text alert to tell you whether to buy or sell. You can do that. So you don't even need a paper account. And it doesn't integrate with futures right now. So a lot of guys that are trading futures are using it in that fashion to just send them a text alert instead of actually making the trade. Some people actually prefer that. They don't want it to actually tie into their account and actually make a trade. They just want to see the text on their phone and then make the trade manually. So you can do that. Looks like we're building a little bit of a bear flag here, potentially. We got our sloping trend line. We got our pole. We got our flag. Delta's still really weak. Personally, I was going to say I'm not going to take it since we're at that trend line, but I don't know. If you're just looking at the cumulative delta and you ignore this trend line, I'd probably take that trade short. BTC still going? Let's see what BTC is doing now. Almost 107. Oh, yeah. I am in this trade right here. My bot has me in there. I'm also in this render trade. Looks like I'm only up 2.5% on render. You know, a lot of times when Bitcoin starts rolling like this, all the other altcoins will bleed a little bit to it. Yeah, that's probably a short there. I'm not taking it because it's on that trend line, but if it was just a standard, bear flag setup, and we got this, after a couple of these higher lows, and it looks like the delta is not falling in line with those to turn it around, and we get this next tick down right here, I would probably short that in most cases. We can simulate it. Because the delta is still, it's been negative all throughout this whole time. The 5 minutes still pushing down. The 3 minutes still pushing down. You get relative thickness on those. The 15, I forgot to flip that one bearish, but that one's bearish too. That one's still pushing down. So that should be a short there. It's always a little more risky when you do it down here near the power zone. You know, the red zone's a better place to do it. But if you have to jump into trade, that's the one. Good point, JWaz. After having broken this pivot line, that was the strong floor. It's now bearish. Yep. Four-hour Heikinashi candle. JWaz retracted his message, so I can't see it. Massive engulfing bear on the 4 hours, JWaz says. ML, sometimes locking your accounts out for the day is a gift and a curse. I took myself red to green on Top Step and called it a day. Now disappointed I didn't keep one account unlocked at least. That kind of goes into what I was talking about earlier with having like, I know this is a little bit different, but we were talking about having like static time windows where you trade, you know, trade for the first couple hours and calling it quits. Or was that yesterday we were talking about that? I don't know. All the days are starting to run together to me now. But that's why I myself like to just kind of focus on the indicator, because it'll tell you if it's time to call it quits or not. Usually if you're looking for these little chop boxes right here, all that's laid out in the playbook. But as long as you're getting consistent delta swings, there's no reason why you should stop trading. You know, like there's a lot of consistency here in the delta. These are looking really nice. And, you know, every day is going to be different. Sometimes it's going to be really nice in the morning. Sometimes it's going to be really nice at lunch. Sometimes it's going to be really nice in the afternoon. You just never know. You just got to read it. Well, it looks like 80 ticks definitely would have worked on that. It looks like it's closing in on my 125. Sitting at this pivot line now. Almost 225. Yeah, ML, good point. It's over trading is definitely an issue that a lot of people have. I still have that problem. It is very easy to overtrade. But if you focus on these chop boxes, and if that's what you're looking for to tell you when to quit trading, that would be my suggestion. Then you have a very objective way to know when to stop. That's all laid out in the playbook. I am guilty of not adhering to that, but that's what I would suggest. Other tickers are dropping too. Tesla too. Tesla's looking pretty, well, somewhat bearish at the moment. On the 1 hour, at least. You still have this rising confirmation line, so fairly bullish still. But on the higher time frames, look at that. On the 4 hour, this is a short all day long on the 4 hour, which is locked in even with the lower high right here at 8:30 this morning. This is also short here on the 8 hour and a short on the daily on Tesla. Didn't quite make that 125 ticks. We did put in a higher low in that lower power zone. So had I been short in that trade, which I wasn't, I would have been full out right here on this higher low. But I would have got the 80 first on the first half of contracts. Parzival, I seem to be the market signal to inverse its direction. You think the market is reversing here? Could be. We are getting, this is what we look for. We look for the confirmation line and the delta to start to converge near this lower power zone. That's usually the area where we are going to see a reversal. And but this area can be kind of turbulent, so got to be careful there a little bit. Delta is still dangerously thin, but we are about to have a delta cross, so things could be turning bullish. Just catching up with some of the comments, Schroden. Just saw your comment. Yeah, the main reason is not the system, but to manage your own tilt. True. If you know yourself enough to know that you'll force trades, or like what I do, I trick myself into seeing setups. That is, I think that's very common with most people. I still do that. And that tends to happen when I get bored more than anything. You start seeing things that aren't there. And yes, when I'm on tilt, I tend to overtrade. That's what I was saying earlier. If I'm up, I tend to trade less. And if I'm having a bad day, I tend to trade more. Should be the opposite. Actually, it shouldn't really be the opposite. It should be the same. If you're following your rules, it should be the same, right? It's just that when I'm on tilt, I tend to not follow my rules, and my internal logic is usually, well, everything I've tried at this point hasn't worked, so I might as well try this. That's typically how it goes. JWAS, when tilted, put the VR on and immerse yourself into a wonderland of waterfalls, unicorns, and rainbows. And chill out. The 3, the 5, and 15 signals are bottoming again simultaneously. All right, JWAS says it's a long here. Still got a bearish picture, but if you're trying to scalpy, you might be able to get a long out of that. I love how it came down and hit that pivot perfectly. ML says, I know I'm new here, but please be careful here. If this does reject, NQ could be heading for 21,720. And it could happen quickly. Vertical or very critical area here, both NQ and ES. Let's see, 21,720. Let's see where that's at. Well, we got previous day low here at 855. Got another pivot down here at 786. Wow, you're really down there, huh? 720. That is our average daily range line is way down here. 717. I'll go ahead and throw a line on here for you. So you're calling potentially 720. 720. And we'll call this ML. 720. We'll see if we get there. Well, as long as we stay above this broadening formation line, I might actually start turning more bullish and then look to take out the high over here. We have to stay above that line though. Starting to get a tick down from that upper power zone. Delta looks relatively weak here. It's actually it is like a fine pencil point. It's turning negative actually. So this could be the start of that drop down. Personally, I'm going to pass just because the delta is above that confirmation line and it has a positive slope. So for me, I think I would need to see more of a lower high on the signal with a weak delta. Another option is to short the 8 now that that signal was put in. You would have had an entry right there. So far, so good for anybody who shorted the 8. Delta still very weak. Turning negative again. $12.30 candle just rolled over. So remember, once this cross occurs, I turn bullish. So I'm waiting for a long. Just got to get the setup. Hey, Raphael. Have a great weekend if you're taking off. Hopefully we see you next week. Sounds good. Enjoy it. Have a good one. Schroden, the best thing to happen to my trading was moving from the West Coast to the East Coast. Really? Such a tough time zone for trading when you're getting kids up and off to school right first hour of the market. Yeah, I know. I even struggle a little bit with that, being Central Time. All right, we are starting to put in a lower high. Delta's still really weak. This is a potential short setup, but I'm sticking to my plan. Remember, I said if I was going to short, it would be on a lower high. But yeah, I'm still going to stick to my plan. This still might play out here and drop, but I'm going to wait. That's why you moved, huh? Was that really the main reason? Oh, never mind. I read that wrong. That's not why we moved. Just bonus points. Gotcha. Yeah, that delta is still very, very weak, very negative. So this could easily round down here. We also got the 5 and the 3 still looking really bearish. And the 15. Speaking of work from home, I still got a bunch of work I got to get done today. And you know, I've had a pretty decent day already. It's the first time in a while that I've had a day without any losers so far. All winners on the board so far today. Which is probably a good way to end the week, actually. So yeah, I think I'm probably just gonna call it here, get some other work done today. Maybe take a trade or two during power hour, but I've already had a fairly good day, so I think I'm gonna call it, guys. So have a great weekend, and good luck. Hopefully we see you guys Monday at 8:15 a.m. Central Time. And enjoy the day. We'll check you guys later.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want to bounce quick, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat Deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hope and play, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Big fat candles, can't deny. When the volume surges up so high, skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat Deltas are what I beat. Well, traders low, let me see that life is good. I'm my happy Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candle make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right.